What's up, guys? It's Elijah from Eli Gaming, and today we're playing some more Final Fantasy 14. I was eating lunch, that's why it took me so long. No, 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 no. Go to Vesper Bay while we wait for this thing to load. There he is. Told that you were worried light, but I wouldn't open it for myself. I shall ignore you may choose to follow. You know, however, need to be late if you do. You may appear to strive, we'll speak on. Probably the extreme version. That's a big golem. How strange, why could we not see all this before? Suppose only to be expected to corrupt the crystal ship's company in service of this magnitude. After all, the fragment likely pierced the ground to a depth of many hundred yalms. The swirling aether leaking from the wound must warp the very air, creating a veil that hides these formations from view. Well, it's not as if we expected this to be a straightforward attack. Let's tread carefully, shall we? It is imperative that we win through to the depths of the structure and disable the mechanism that powers Bahamut's regeneration. Of course, we should chance to counter my grandfather upon the way. I shall not let him go again, not while there's hope that he may yet be saved. Maybe we should put such thoughts from our mind until after we have successfully gained entrances to places of the opening up ahead appears a suitable point of ingress. lock onto it. I'm not the #1 ff14 player. This is a big flower? Yes, big flower. Nasty looking too. The next one. How do I open this? That armor, no, it couldn't be. Be on your guard, though it defies all reason they should live. I know of only one who wears such armor. He whom the Empire raises the black wolf stealth claws to the 7th Legion. Seek of the man and who brought the meteor project to fruition. He was the we faced the white raven, Nail von Darnus, harbinger of the 7 unroll era. Nail von Darnus, oh, that was the name of the fool who will perish upon the eve of the promised age glory. It should not be heard within these hallowed halls. Who are you then? Out of his love for his little servant, the one true deity named me Nail Diaz Darnus. This one true deity, Bahamut, he speaks of Bahamut. Oh, Lord Bahamut, thy name is as sweet as water to parched lips. How my heart swells at thy sacred touch. This blessed, his thankfulness, the mighty my God, his blood chills seek to vow his glory, and you will answer to me. And they will answer to me, that's it. Where'd he go? I was puzzled for one albatross, and now has told me Neil was slain on the eve of the calamity. Whatever the truth of my room must be on guard, and there can be no reason to worship the primal. The outer coil. Oh, they're over here. Wait to get first. Turn 3 is second coil. Maintenance droids. Reminded the passage to East Cancer customer scenes, we must have traveled quite some distance for the service. And this is more of the same tunnel as 12 because surely they cannot continue all the way down in front here from the upper floors. Tisk able to see inside. I have terrible feeling those corridors house where the upper guardians have already faces said that the Algans exceed the rage and of chimerical beasts, and that the Red Moon teamed with 1,000 fanatical monstrosities all to prevent the enemies of the ancient empire from releasing the Elder Primal. I wonder the creatures in Prolly's halls, could they be the beloved nut children which Nail spoke? Well, this is yet another mystery to ponder upon our return. Should we continue onwards? Oh. The hell was that? The Avatar.
What here?
I heard that too earlier, just don't know what it is. I don't understand what just happened. Go to Samurai. The Avatar. Yeah, that was definitely the Avatar. What the hell is that? That surely cannot be Dalman. How? Where are we? Final resting place of Nail Van Darnus. Grave for the undeserving. And for this kind of trespassing upon my God. Sanctuary, this place shall serve as your grave too. Are you sure about that? No. Who the hell are you? Out of his failure, Nail Van Darnus with Kurt's Bay beginning to bear ways. That's the political decamping last of the Bible. He reached out, and I was born. Then did the words of my God resound in mine ears. Bring unto mine enemies crushing defeat, that they might know despair without end, claim their thee thus the victory which thou wert once denied. Dragon. You wish you were a vomit. Seeing that little remained now this essence of Bahamut plucked it from the brink of oblivion. The result was this strange to Malcolm. Nevertheless, her aura bespeaks very power. She shall embrace her other prime of herself. Lord Bahamut, do what thy wish is my command. And thou shalt escape thine unquenchable fury. Come ye dulled unto this, bare your teeth. They will value none in the calamities to come. Get this stuff. sniper player. 5 seconds sniper player. 3 seconds. 1 second. 0 damage. Yes. Time.
Yeah, dude.
They're dead. You're still alive? Poor creature would that you had never had never been born. You had surrendered physical form and collapsed in the aether, but Bahamut denied you death and imprisoned what little was left of you in an aetherial shell, remembering what I wonder, images from your memory, perhaps. But that shell is now broken. Your primary deity seems disinclined to sustain your existence. I primal deity and yield to no ache on what he'd have I to beg the favor of such filth. I am veiled, nailed Vandar's Lagaz, the 7th Legion. No, a moment, my thoughts are clouded, and this blood is not mine own. Could it be that she struck to those I scored by the lesser moon's ancient prison? That will not happen again. Speak as if Bahamut no longer patrols me, but that's possible once primal is mine, I cannot be freed. Unless Bahamut simply relinquishes claim what need has he of a broken spirit bound for the aetherial realm. Oh, that I should fall prey to the very influence that sought to purge and plant this irony is galling. But do not assume that all my actions were chosen for me as well. It was my will that the meteor project be resurrected, mine and none other. It seems that my grand designs for death spill, even the ungentle release of death was denied me. Now, please, you must tell us more of the plan. I must know the truth of what is for all the world was become my grandfather, Archon Louis Williams. You are Lucy X, grandchild out of the fates of general with her cruelty. Depending on it, you would have your answer the way you have determined certain craft and know that this path leads only to despair. The light of truth is ever harsh and unforgiving. Why do you say this grandfather will be free once we put a stop to Bahamut's restoration? Why not? What are you not telling us? See if you steel yourself, child, only unbending resolve and merciful strength you can conquer what lies ahead. The weak can do not weep under the pall of their own misery, as did the frail child I once was. Head, please. Silence, shouting red, your wretched wings are broken, you shall soar no more. I come to moan, your brilliance seems with mine eyes. Recognize that voice Eli, but he would he say such words. Come, let's finish what we came to do. All will be put right when the final lies. Or grandpa will speak to himself, and I'm sure of it. Bahamut generates more stuff than anticipated. Let's hope that disabling this coil will serve to slow the progress. This place exists when it controls pure demands and mechanism that no one knows can hold shouldn't pose a problem. Eli, forgive me, the moment I beheld Neil's transformation, hope rose in my heart. I did not believe you could stand against mankind. The station of Bahamut's power for all your fatal strengths to skill, I felt certain that I was going to lose you just as I lost my grandfather. Even he, a man for whom not seemed possible, was coming to work at Baham's site. And yet, look how far we've come. This is critical defeats for which we are capable. Our Baham was essential. Was this capacity greatness? I believe the grandfather so clearly, dearly wished to protect the fall that has occurred. I have come to understand that much at least. Done, so we make our way back to the surface to gather our thoughts. See much that will benefit marriages learn perspective. What? He's a traitor? I mean a bad guy? Grandfather is you, then why? Ban this quest outside will not count as first sabotage the coils. Sabotage for what? But we must disable the coils if we are to prevent Baham's survival. Your defiance seals your fate. Oh, you are not who I thought you were. My grandfather would never. Foolish girl, how could the White Raven allow herself to be bested by such sniveling opponents? Listen, while we all exist at the pleasure of one divine will, the will of Lord of Baham is absolute. Straight back to your holes, burning. You have been granted this one repeat, but should you be so foolish as to call into my Lord's domain again, I will push life from you myself. That light in my grandfather's eyes, he has suffered the same phase nail. My grandsire is no more. That was not but a phantom that profanes his noble never. This mockery must be his bone. Shall not rest its life free grandfather's soul from Baham's tyranny. You hear me, Bahamut? Your time is at is at an end. Yours and my family will be avenged. I would say is keen to seek your just learned opinion on this disturbing events which unfold during your expedition into Second Oil. Truly is one who will escape that stifling air. Truly is wonderful to escape that stifling air and return to Northern Thailand again and appear. Must thank you, like, were not for your great thing I struggled that would be standing here now. But you need not carry on my account the dangerous past. Pray, go on ahead and praise for your injury of all that has occurred. I didn't even know chocobos could fly until I played this game. But they couldn't fly. Triumph here, Dove, return thine eyes, speak of the dread task completion of the second quill now lay dormant. Yet since the tidings thou bearest are, and altogether glad to pray tell you what it ills, cast shall with blah blah. An old foe and an old friend. So 'twas but the irresistible shadow of Mount so loose that Lady Elsie beheld, and on our unnatural conjecture enthralled to the elder primal, that feat should deign to choose among all men, even in full knowledge of the shade's true nature, would be hard pressed to weather such a confrontation. Yet what agonies must the young mistress have endured, such torment did she never deserve. Mayhap 'twere better if the Lady Elsie did adapt herself for future reason. I have come too far to surrender the grief you endure. My lady, I am resolved to defeat these fiends and not shall sway me from my path. Now let us peer more deeply into the well of our discoveries as you wish, my lady. By your leave I speak first. The Quill's late guardian, now Vandarnus. Vandarnus was the Lagos of the guardian empire who strove to bring about yours is final destruction, only to fall, even as the sixth son does that. If thou hast heard the tales of the white earth, then it is he whom they speak. He of whom they speak, he. I say for now was for no, I certainly no maid. The noble house of Vandarnus discovered all too late, had long safeguarded the wisdom ancient out. 'Twas thus that the Lagos came to learn the true nature of Dalman, and to seek to employ the road news weapon against the Orza. But the crystal tower and the mechanism required to command the satellite yet lay hidden beneath the ground, compelling Nail to construct a far less supplement in his first soldiering attempts to communicate with Dalman. He did likely rouse the satellite slumbering for his prisoner. Thenceforth did the White Raven's soul belong to Bahamut. He has fortunate enough to acquire so powerful a thrall by chance. 'Tis little wonder he was so loath to part from, by let a simple thing like death deprive one of so useful a pawn, though we may accuse him of bungling Vandarnus' resurrection. I dare say Bahamut was as content to have a handmaid as a manservant. Only hoping that two for all so we account for the extent of his flock, yet I can't help but dwell on those beloved children of whom we speak. As in first say he referred to Moon's beastly guardians, but should Bahamut slay the mortals, must need to remove this source of worship, otherwise our efforts to escape the coil shall be for naught. Give me mine and delicacy, my lady, thou art wise to speak of them expunging the prime's ill styles, but canst thou truly pursue a course which cost thee thine own grandsire? My heart and mine are as one of this on this matter, grandfathers. Maybe she can be one but as by a single method, the destruction of Bahamut and not might have served to sustain him. Eli, while your and I endeavor to assert an existence of many infernal thralls, I suggest you grant yourself a moment's respite. Yes, sir. Rest assured that I will contact you the moment I have need of your talents. That we have achieved so much I owe to you. I fear, however, their trials have barely begun. Though time had dulled the pain of thy passing, I find thy wound afresh. As loose to X, what good shall come of this untamed search for truth? Long have I believed the pursuit of such treasures to be the duty of every true Charlatan. Yet when each new revelation serves only to heap further anguish upon those whom we would fain protect once we truly reach for more. So you have found your resolve to your sister. Will you now find a use for the secret, for the key that only you and I hold? Given our family proximity for curiosity, you do well to remember that the keys may serve to seal doors as well as to unlock them. Promise the most unwelcome guest to whom the door should never have been opened. You can handle the truth. Oh, I'm about to find out the truth. Manager to speak with you regarding your mission to prevent Bahamut's return. Man is wont to cast light wheresoever secrets lie. Hidden darkness, though that which he illumineth seldom bring him joy. So it is with such unhappy truth as Bahamut's and men shall to conceal. Yet ever onward forge his mistress Alice, undeterred by the burden of knowledge to weigh the heavy on her heart. 'Tis a perilous path she has chosen, a painful one. I prithee, let her remain by her side as a valiant blade, that she might see her quest to its conclusion. Eli, it is well that you are here. Elaine, how may I serve you this day? Met with some difficulty in my mission, and I should be grateful for your counsel. As you know, Bahamut's legal form is generating beneath the cardinal velocity ever as we speak. If we are to prevent its return, we must need disable the 2 remaining intermittent holds to sustain it. Even the moment our mission is delayed, the realm is pushed closer to the brink of disruption. All the last way of determined locations of the fragments endowment leading to the host, and enemy will find a way to enter them. Gaining minutes is but the first step in your perilous undertaking. Gaining in minutes is but the first step. When last thou descended Bahamut's subterranean fatness, thou discovered didst thou not that the dread power had bound the shaded nail Vandarmus into his will, and though thou did consign the fallen gods to play oblivion, thou mayst all the piteous wretch was not alone. Doubt not, but that Bahamut's other thralls shall seek to hinder thy passage. Say his name, Erger. I have not forgotten that my grandpa is waiting for us. I remind you as I must oft remind myself of the man whom we both loved and revered, and more what remains was shade which defiles its memory. The vile verbiage that spilled from his lips must not be heeded, for it cometh not from your grandsire, but from Bahamut himself. You not worry, your injury come what it may. I will not stray from this course. I will not let grandpa's sacrifice be in vain. But your words will not take us whither we must go. As I said, I have been able to find a way to the fragments of Dilmon. Lady, might I suggest you visit the Brackens again at Eli's heavy, full off half of the warrior lights and events in motion by virtue of his presence alone. 'Tis possible they may do so again. I, the while, shall search for other answers of my own, and by our efforts combined, full sure I am that the path shall be revealed to us ere long. For if anyone else should question the wisdom of such advice, yet I cannot deny that what you say about Eli is true. Very well, I shall do as you suggest. So you have no justice, of course. Good, now we seek extra 2 fragments of Dalmud. One lies at the burning wall in eastern Phthalin, and other is the singing shards of Morgana. Left an assistant at each location starts to continue searching for the meaning. But it's not possible to stay consistent and to found something useful. Let's begin by visiting my man in the burning wall decks, I think it was. Quest accepted. A mirror knight. I say you are not Master Eli, my lady's most faithful companion. Simus, sir, your servant. May I say what an honor it is to meet you. How goes the survey decks? My lady changes to say that I have found no viable path to the fragment. But it stands there before bears. The way thither as thus far unpassable, and the fragment fell and pierced by a cause of prodigy amount that April slew. Twas this that gave rise to the alien's twisted lay, which seems the destiny for our efforts. If ever even were an opening to exist, I fear that we will struggle to reach it. Cannot get up, keep trying. So near and yet so far, what will avail is not to stand here and stare at the thing, let us away to more donor and try the other fragment, perhaps since it's very better. Upon the note, there is something I must tell you. I'm sorry to report that I lost contact with my brother over this spell. As you know, the single shards of our home may feel future ogres among them. While I do not wish to cause you undue alarm, I fear something my unspeakable may have happened to Dex. But why didn't you give me strength? I must hurry to my assistance today, Eli. I don't respect the clown's burger shop is wild. Thank you, adventurer. For a moment there, I feared that my bones would be ground up and used to bake bread. I'm relieved to see that you are not as long as me to press such a dangerous task upon you. Your words are wasted on trust is nothing at all, I assure you. And if it please you, I shall report on my findings. As you can see through the tip of fragment, as the rest of the case is rock crystal loading and possible infrastructure. We might try excavating the area around the fragment, but that is like to take time, and there really is no telling how deep we may need to dig before we find a suitable point of entrance. As such, I am forced to the gain entry to the starting zone unless forgiving melee. Count it, we are losing precious time. What do we do now? This is the urge of God tides I have for thee in my lay. Blessing away has been found by which thou may enter the remaining fragments of Delma. Pray, escort Mistressel, yet say to the cerulean pronouncing, perhaps you plan northern downland, there all shall be made clear. Urge has found a way. We must go to him at once. Apologies for some of you with us from far Malay, but this here is that your journey may finally begin. I did learn to my knowledge that no fragments is northern silently. Or are you mistaken? Yet the pathway does go to one which you yourself made use to pass at the conclusion of several forts and found account twice the dust crystal which leads to the north lakes of the merge was not. Yes, and the eighth dual screen brought force back to the surface that much I have surmised, lest we can use it to return it around. Even if that were possible, would not simply bear us back to the places which we have already explored. Need not my late pride, pray allow me to explain upon that evidence of experience. So you're playing at 2 intermittent holes may show resulting leggers. From this we didn't heard that others may be connected likewise thus to be labor long from severe gut their existence. Further tributaries to self-safe agreements which we task we were at length successful to twist them in our arriving solutions to problems traveling to our destination. That one I reached what we may call the headwater. We approached it fully and modify the right way to the implied substance and ripples as the originate from set words, but focusing one's essence upon these ripple it should be possible to make the journey yet be further along the way as well. With all untried modes of aerial travel, this method entails considerable danger. Merely to attempt the voyage could cost you your life. This is a risk I'm willing to take. You're brilliant, you're injured. I'm curious, did you have assistant for this plan? I could not help you posting your use of the word we unless you have taken to using the majestic plural in our absence. I am not namely as the occurs to surmise that I was not alone in this endeavor. Neither are ours who were of our mission. Cannot be held out for fame, but Bahamut's returns. What happens is if some sleep can be must be sacrificed to cheer the old, and so be it. So that must be modified Aeroid, but what are the Mortal Flames doing here? Those men may be sworn flames of Oldham, but they are first and foremost those faithful retainers of House Leveler. Alpha not so as you is helping your injure. Who else could have been, dear sister? I see where I have no intention of making the details of your ventures public like you. I prefer to avoid causing and panic. Given that which stake, namely survival of the realm, one must be willing to accept when it is offered. Would you not agree? Very least, do not be gross. If you don't was at my behalf that you kept silent. And we'll speak later. Pray forgive me my lame, but knowing full well of your intents, I chose to meet the Master Alpha not be informed, though your grandsire hath become Bahamut's all his old blood course breath yet through both your veins, and if he must needs to be struck down. You hear the Alpha not mean to strike down grandfather, and when I have done so, I shall back Bahamut to the Aether. Nothing you say will sway me from my course. I will protect yours, and I will uphold grandfather's legacy. Grandfather's legacy, you still don't know it, so yourself dire. Your action is still driven by borrowed resolve. Borrowed resolve, what does that have to do with anything? Correcting orders was grandfather's goal, and we made our growth for this. That's why I can't hear it unless you forgot it. Not to forget, I should ever forget, I'll say, but you must understand. I did not question resolve, but only once claimed. If it were your own, you would be able to tell me precisely why you desire so fervently to protect yours. You can't, for it is not your resolve, but grandfather's. You may struggle to see this, but our resolve shall never be as strong as that which springs from within. But let us speak with this in no time for now. Profaning, but its concern is all that matters. Be plain, I have no objection to strike down what is up with grandfather. No, however, that will be accompanying you this time as the son of the house, although I would be present for a silent moments. Very well, you may join someone condition I make decisions. If I please, my lady, the name's Urkanara, preparations just about complete. Ready to embark on your mission to give me the roll and waiting for you at the consortium processing plant. If I had no need to hold heed to my word, you rely on me to become part of you and I, and together we shall see our journey to its end. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. item level 120. What's my average item level? Gotta fight this guy again.
game looks good. The story looks good. It's got
La Brea.
good graphics, good customization. It's got an interesting villain and a lot of system mechanics.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal he bears.
What are the jiggle physics like?
So, this is what empowers him.
Crazy dog. I'm not joking.
Beyond
Well, I
mortal
wasn't
limits.
really paying attention to that part, so I don't.
If you are to prevail, the hammer of darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the shield of light.
Hey, bro. I think you're tweaking out. Wait a minute.
And so it shall, for the ultimate weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
To myself. I know when you are.
Speak plainly, Asian.
How many hours do you have in Stellar Blade? I just beat it for
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alad fail to scratch.
It's not a game I can go to.
The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
It's not enough, actually. See, I need to go.
Of what magic do you speak?
And I hate when they put gaming into my goon sesh.
A spell without parallel.
See, men like me,
Ultima.
we move differently. I hit the like button.
I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
Storm Malice skin. You can pre-order skins.
La Brea. What have you done?
Dog, you need help. Have you ever
No
engaged yourself
more
in
than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Excuse me.
I've played it. Xenoblade.
Damn you, Asian.
Stellar Blade. Dead or alive, who've only moved.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power.
Just align the wicked whims and watch the monsters.
From the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Pretty good, actually. I noticed it. They did a good job. Take my money! Boy, that's just crazy.
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Oh, Heidelin, it seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Asian. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
Oh.
Did you or did you not tell me to fire it? What items did everybody get?
Just fire it. Just fire it. Gotta fire it.
I will in a second.
I swear to God, I'm gonna hunt you down, dog. I'm gonna actually hunt you down. I'm going to hunt you down. I'm going to make provisions for the rest of your life to hunt you down. Every corner you turn, you're gonna see me. Every corner, and I'm gonna hire every person around you to fuck with you. And by fuck with you, I mean you're gonna hide your stuff. They're gonna take your food. They're gonna make you lose your remote control. I'm gonna make sure you have a terrible life, Donald. Do you understand, bro? Do you understand?
Question. Did you or did you not tell me to fire it? What items did everybody get?
Just fire it. Just fire it. Gotta fire it.
I will in a second.
I swear to God, I'm gonna hunt you down, dog. I'm gonna actually hunt you down. I'm going to hunt you down. I'm gonna make provisions for the rest of your life.
About that time, we attacked them?
Way back at Chili's, and this time I got the Southwestern egg rolls. Two days have been in Sydney to play.
Late Truth here, and I am back in front of this microphone yet again. Got my ass banged. Black up. 7 multiplayer, according to Ghost of Hope, is going to be mainly done by Sledgehammer Games. The biggest problem with this, though, is that Treyarch is still running the show, and Sledgehammer Games are just like those weird mercenary for hire devs. So while Sledgehammer Games did make the best Call of Duty in the
For what?
This is a legitimate fucking question they set out to Call of Duty players. I shouldn't have to explain at all why this is really bad. I shouldn't have to explain at all their intentions with this question. And I shouldn't have to explain at all that this is headed into a pay-to-win sort of environment here. This is fucking pathetic. This is Call of Duty in 2025. It's not enough that I have to look at some, self-shaded anime bitch, some fucking dragon with herpes, and Seth Rogen being a cringe word every single match. Whether I'm on the shit or not, I have to look at it. I can't turn it off. That isn't bad enough. It's not bad enough that they made the Battle Pass take longer to complete because their player numbers are so fucking down and their player retention is so fucking down. They have to manipulate and gaslight their community to stay on the game and complete this thing that they paid money for. That's not enough. It's not enough that the game itself is receiving a single boost for them just the title, but they want to split the game up to maximize profits with their military and fucking sales tactics. None of that is enough. You are asking the remaining player base, whoever is left in this ghost town, watching tumbleweeds go by while they way too long matchmaking time. Coming in just a second. But they're asking the remaining player base, basically, do you want to pay even more money to feel like, a success? This is embarrassing. It is just absolutely embarrassing. I thought DVD's latest update was pretty much a dumpster fire. They had a few good things in it, but for the most part, man, it's really fun. The balance is just not there. I thought that was bad, and then I saw this and compared it to the Call of Duty Season 4 update. That's still, buggy as shit, apparently. And I'm like, okay, maybe it's not so bad after all. Why are they doing this? Why are they doing this now? Why are they sending out this survey? I've covered it all throughout this year. Players are leaving in droves. I'm sure there are a lot of people still on Warzone. When I hear Warzone's okay, cheers aside, but I just don't think multiplayer is alive whatsoever. I'm gonna make a guess and say multiplayer is deader than it's ever fucking been, and I actually have proof of that. I think they are desperate to get players back, and they're gonna try everything they possibly can except make a good game and be honest with their player base. And it's going to continue to backfire on them. You don't believe me? Check this out. These are the comments from that particular survey post on Reddit here. Just look at how thin of the people that still play this game. Like these super fans, it's fucking legit, right? Sheesh, they don't care anymore. Terminator skins. Translation: should we add more pay-to-win bullshit or not? Just got the survey myself, and I bought 2 skins in 20 years. So this raise is going to sell skins. Female skins because they appear smaller. If I had the Terminator skin, I'd be using that one because it looks insanely small, but the hitboxes are all the same. Are they basically when I was trying to play the kill mode, I think it's called, I actually like showed my raw matchmaking times, and it was around 3 minutes or so. I think it was actually.
Let me go check on my sister. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Thank you for granting me this indulgence. None save me, he who best of law brave could endure such an examination. Have the laws of man grown so twisted in my eyes and now permitted to lay hands upon an emissary? You were witness to my audience with the cadet, did you not? Then you know I only acted only in self-defense. I realize the same cannot be said of Aubrey. Even amongst his brethren he is considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds, for though through them we discovered you once so strong in the gift that he could cast us out. Your mother's favors you still, that much is plain, but surely you must feel that her influence wanes. Your strength shall soon be spent. These lands, these people, this world all shall soon change. As it was, so it shall be again, as it always should have been. Doubt my claims a question of moments, you will believe me, only believe me when I'm going to say this. I am Eldebus, emissary, bearer of the world of the one true God, and we shall meet again.
PS3 World at War or whatnot, but not the latest COD installment with crossplay enabled. Which is funny, since the 2 lobbies that exist for PS3 World at War would match you faster.
If you've ever played video games, like ever, then you actually might be owed some money. Because whoa, this is just a scam, guys. You can keep on scrolling now, just keep scrolling. Actually, he's wrong. Gamers are already filing their claims to try and get them a lawsuit by. Hey, I play video game.
And maybe you think, like, I'm being dramatic. Maybe you think Activision isn't going to go pay to win. Maybe you think the player base is just thriving and this is anecdotal evidence and that's all fine. You're welcome to that opinion. But the cherry on top of this shit Sunday is that Activision Blizzard is no longer accredited towards the Better Business Bureau because they have you know what I mean? I don't know, man. Guys, I'm out of time, though. I hope you enjoyed. If you... We got to switch back to defeated. Great.
Try.
Thank God's eternity left. He let us begin to worry that I might have sent you to do and take it over as a was elusive. Beg pardon, was waiting for you. What did you do? What did you say? As it was, so shall it begin. When did he speak? And what of I said? Actually, the words of God toward me much, but real nothing, save perhaps measure of disdain for law, hope for answers, but seems to to be content with the visual questions. What? What is it? What happened? What? Four, 8. Final coil Bahamut. These dumb brats. So this is how it looks on the inside. This intermittent Hulk still functions. Celebration was successful. You're coming to the right place. There's no telling how much further behind his regeneration to the last bit. Let's make haste to manually deactivate the coil. There were receptacle similar to these in the previous Hulk. Those held chimerical beasts, but only the Alligators know what other abominations would be sleeping within. They may well be part of the element's internal defense. We must stay on our guard at all times. Dragon of some sort. That's not a dragon. What the hell is that? Dugu. like 12 dragons is so many. Beware the Algans possess the means to control creatures but to imprison them unless but they're barbaric. I would not wish such a fate upon my worst enemy. It's plain that no blood was lost between the Algans and dragons, but it wasn't truly necessary to keep such a great number here. The Alban did not want for defenses. This we have experienced firsthand, which argues the Algans created both living and unliving. There's really no less capable of propelling materials than these person war creatures. Tell me something else, eh? Have you not managed to determine by whose will Bahamut exists? No, I have not. At first assumed that Bahamut had no people's own the Algans, or perhaps discovered a way to stimulate prayer itself. However, Nail's words are given before a concert, which is so specifically Shay's mention of Bahamut's beloved children. From what I heard, the primal was given form by the will of worship, and we have yet to. Oh. God strike me down for a blind fool. Bahamut's beloved children right there before my very eyes. How may I be so stupid? Who else with dragons failed was behind Bahamut? Who else with it? But they could same and think I wonder why the Algans kept this in here. Should the flame of Bahamut's life go out, he stays true with something like that. For this reason the Algan I would kept on the dragons to their possession to my same primal's existence. The Algans community, the Algans community, their ability. Small one, the Bahamut is someone else, but no one knows. The Algans man who substitutes the flame. He now turns the shores for trying to assist her. The hedge acknowledging the Alpha Emily acknowledging the there should be any doubt, and no intention is blind. Bahamut made the world place regardless of the cost of the Algans. Made against this kind of nations when they all worship the children at least for all. And we will see these responsible finals of generations off. Bonds with responsible setting these captive dragons to reach the Lord, all spirit for his girl and all. generation grid. Why this looks like model down, I guess. Laying behind it must have gazed at the sunshine view. Trapped inside the prison that was scarcely large enough to contain him until they only denied the least of how his hatred for man must have burned. And that hatred found an ideal vessel, and now over in darkness. And in many ways, been in Bahamas every day, not low. In the true hemisphere, I'm more convinced than ever, and this is the year of our endeavor. Besides, this is not the only soul cries out for vengeance. Who is doing that outside?
gods, he is almost whole again.
His size is staggering. I can scarce imagine how Grandfather stood against such a monstrosity.
This cannot be allowed to proceed any further. Grandfather! No, that man is dead. I will not dishonor my beloved grandsire's memory by calling you such. You are but his twisted shape, the thrall of a mad primal.
You were foolish to disregard my warning, child. Are you so convinced of your own righteousness?
'Tis the rightness of our path that led us to return. Eorzea will never be safe whilst Bahamut remains to threaten all we hold dear. What of the hero who gave his life in defense of the realm? Do you truly dispute the justice of our...
My poor, ignorant grandchildren. Your world is shaped by naught but recent conflict. Listen, and I will speak to you of justice. 'Twas in the twilight of the Third Astral Era. The southern land of Mericidia suffered invasion at the hands of the Alagon Empire. With no atrocity too depraved for their purpose, the forces of Alec were unstoppable in their advance. Desperate for salvation, the dragons prayed to one of their first brood, to their ancestor Bahamut. Infused by the power of their fervent supplications, Bahamut arose from the abyss of death and took wing as the Mericidians' newborn god. Yet this great miracle would only serve to further the maniacal designs of the dragon's imperial conquerors. The cruel fetters which bind my lord stand testament to the... I once summoned the 12 in an attempt to forestall the advent of the 7th Umbral Era. What then did the dragons of Mericidia do that I did not? Wherefore are they accursed and... 'Tis man's overweening belief in his own primacy that blinds him to the commonness of his condition and the truth of his own tyranny. As long as man is suffered to remain, only when the plague of people has been expunged shall the children of Lord Bahamut be free. Then shall the world know true justice.
Stop it! Grandfather would never say such things. His belief that people were worth saving never faltered. He had faith in their strength, that they could stand together and push back against the darkness seeking to shape them.
A false hope. 'Tis folly to place one's faith in so flawed a race. Stand together? Huh. They would first need to agree on which direction to face. If history teaches us anything, it is that man cannot find common ground between his own. Even you, twins whose veins run with the same blood, struggle to fathom each other's reasoning. You hide your differing agendas behind the convenient banner of Eorzea's salvation. Given your obvious self-interest, can you truly claim no kinship with the oligarch? And though I hope they might bring you closer, 'twould seem that the twin grimoires I bestowed upon you were a wasted gesture.
There may well be truth in your judgment of Alize and me, but such a one-sided tirade, bemoaning the evils of man, rings false. Come, tell me, do you champion the cause of dragons because Bahamut compels you as his thrall? Or is it because you yourself have transcended the limits of man's existence?
Ah, so the possibility did not escape your notice. What I prayed for, and what I have become. These are the keys that unlock the truth behind Eorzea's rebirth. If you would have them, then you must needs take them by force. Come, rend this divine form asunder and claim.
He's the Phoenix.
But I thought... No. He has become a primal?
It is difficult, I know, but you must accept it. That entity is no phantom or imposter. It is our beloved grandson.
Please, for his sake and for ours, you must defeat our grandfather.
Yeah, Lex was telling her she needs to start a 7-day free trial, and it went like, let her call you.
Grandfather is truly gone this time, but better it end this way than the alternative.
Try again.
yet here, Alice, my dear, sweet granddaughter.
Grandfather?
I must thank you, warrior of light. Without your valor, I might never have broken free of Bahamut's control. These last few moments are mine, to live as the man I once was.
This is all that I wanted. Yet...
Grandfather, pray forgive me my insolence. It was not my intent to demean you.
Forgive you? I am proud of you, child. You were wise enough to deduce the manner of creature I had become. Alfino, Alize, if any here should beg forgiveness, it is I.
This is sad.
Grandfather, I must ask, will you not tell us what befell during the...
Yes, of course. You have come far to hear the truth. Let us then begin the tale at the Battle of Cartano, where clashed the forces of the Garlean Empire and the Eorzean Alliance. 'Twas there in the sky above the surging armies that the elder primal Bahamut broke free of the Red Moon Dalamut. In an effort to contain this avatar of destruction, I called upon the 12 to aid me in the creation of a prison of ether. But Bahamut would not be caged by such feeble bars. Too vast was his might, too fierce his ray. Little choice remained to me. I used the last of my strength to entrust our hope unto the future, and prepared to meet my end.
A fully animated cutscene.
As you have no doubt surmised, I did not perish. When the cage built from the essences of the 12 was destroyed, the sky was filled with a colossal cloud of ether. This drifting energy responded to the prayers of those fighting below, and to my own desperate wish that the dying realm be saved by infusing me with the power of a primal. I became the immortal phoenix, ancient symbol of rebirth. Rising into the sky, I struck Bahamut with all my newfound strength. The blow shattered his earthly form, and a shower of ether rained down upon the land. Thus began the rejuvenation of Eorzea. Believing the deed done, I relinquished my hold on that staggering energy, desirous that it should be returned to the realm without delay. But I had not reckoned on Bahamut's tenacious will. Even as he teetered upon the cusp of oblivion, the dragon reached out to claim. Alas, within my fast fading form, enough remained of the Phoenix's energy to offer Bahamut a hold, and he dragged me along.
And thus began your existence as the Elder Primal's thrall.
I cannot help but wonder at his will to survive. Though he was all but obliterated, Bahamut found a way to seize the power you surrendered. That would explain why part of his physical form survived to be entombed underground.
It would also explain why Eorzea was so terribly warped. Even as the...
Very good. When his grip on existence was once again secured, Bahamut did not cease his feast until he had consumed every last mote of ether that yet floated in the air.
And still he was not fully restored.
You must remember that by this time, much of the freed ether had already returned to the land. That which remained was not sufficient to reconstruct so massive a form. But there did not need to be. Not for a being sustained by the marvels of Allagan technology. As long as some piece of Bahamut persists, the coils will seek it out and continue their regenerative task.
When he was sad, Corbin, and you had like this dark gun?
Yeah.
Were you purposely trying
The
to...
fragments of Dalamud appear motionless from the surface, but deep beneath the ground they had been searching, tunneling through rock and soil towards their escaped prisoner. And, as you have observed for yourselves, they found his heart.
So he had to like do that whole promo and then boom. And then if it missed, then do that whole promo.
Warrior of Light, heed me. You must put a stop to Bahamut's regeneration.
He just sold it really well.
There was a thing you did backstage with Corbin.
Whether it be for man or for dragonkind, the question of justice is irrelevant. The Elder Primal will leave naught but a smoldering wasteland for both his children and ours. I beg you to defend Eorzea and guide its people to the future they yet struggle to find. This portal will take you to the final internment hulk. 'Tis time for the tale of Bahamut and his part in the calamity to come to an end. Alvino, Alize,
discussed? What is there to discuss?
So for those of you who have been following me for a long time, you've probably heard me say exactly what
Your hopes and dreams must no longer be an extension of mine. You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm, your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
Is it the armor? Because Attack on Titan has that. Is it the use of weapons? Attack on Titan has that.
Of course, Grandfather.
In its purest sense,
I have already made it my mission to see this newborn Eorzea survive and flourish.
to represent the forefront of combat in their respective universe. And one step further beyond that, when these larger piloted beings show diversity in that not everything is the same.
While I was yet enthralled to Bahamut, you spoke of my faith in man's strength. Know that your words reached me, imprisoned though my soul still was. So forceful was your conviction, I wonder if that belief has not become your own. Perhaps, after all your anger and sorrow was spent, you found something greater within you. See this fight to its culmination. 'Tis also your strength in which I have faith.
Thank you for everything. Pray, take your rest, Grandfather. You deserve it.
There are records of an art that allowed one to summon the power of a primal from the essence of its demise. And though I am no true primal, all that I have left, I give to you. Alphino, Alize, my darling grandchildren. May light's blessings ever keep and protect you.
Come, Warrior of Light. Our task remains undone.
The Burning Heart, that's a song.
"'Twas a long and arduous road, but at last we reach its end. Farewell, Bahamut. I banish you back to the ether."
Yes. How do you know it's yours?
Because Mom bought me books and I didn't.
incapable!
Alize! Alize!
Is she dead? No.
I had thought it finally over. I will not survive another blast. No. Is this how I honor my promise to Grandfather?
You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm. Your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
I will, Grandfather. In fact, I believe I already have. That reason has been with me all along, guiding me. Eorzea's blade of light, shearing through endless shrouds of darkness. I have been shown the miraculous feats of which we are all capable, of which I am capable. Bahamut, you have wreaked enough havoc. I will not let your wrathful fires consume all that we know and love.
I have waited to hear you say that. You have found your resolve at last. Let me join my strength to yours. In this place, in this moment, our purpose has become one.
Excuse me.
For the future of Eorzea!
This last task is yours, Warrior of Light. You must destroy Bahamut's crystal core.
final coil of Bahamut complete. Where's this Dreadworm Katana?
You did it! But one task remains. With this last coil disabled, there shall be naught left to bind Bahamut to this world. His beloved children will finally know peace. "'Tis done. He is truly gone." You knew, didn't you? You knew what Grandfather had become.
I was not certain, but from all I had gleaned, it seemed a distinct possibility. The scene people describe of the Battle of Cartano was one of unimaginable devastation, and 'tis through the combined prayers of the desperate and an abundant source of ether that primals are born. I merely put two and two together.
And you consider that a sufficient explanation? Well, however you stumbled across your theory, 'twas this revelation that made you wary of my attachment to Grandfather. You feared that in my obsession I would fall under his primal sway. Is that why you decided to join us? To pull me back should I show signs of wavering?
Pray forgive me, sister. I wished only to protect you. Yet I see now that I needn't have doubted the strength of your conviction. May I ask you a question? What do you now intend to do with the truth you have uncovered?
Which particular truth was that, brother? The fact that desperate prayer gave rise to the primal phoenix? That this new god was responsible for setting Eorzea on the path to rebirth? Should such a tale become common knowledge, people would soon offer up their prayers in earnest. They would beseech Phoenix to complete the healing that was begun.
Yet as you and I know all too well, the very act of calling forth this savior would do more harm to the land than good. We cannot encourage such worship for this very reason. Were Grandfather forced to return as an ether-draining primal, it would undo all that he had worked to protect. Your abiding love for him was the key that unlocked the truth of the calamity. But keys may also serve to seal doors that were best left unopened. Let your love now guide your actions, and lock away deep inside the fate of both Grandfather and Bahamut.
Fear not, Alfino. I understand what must be done. The realm need not know the truth for it to be saved. That the Elder Primal is banished, to return no more. That is enough. Let us make our way back to the surface. Poor Oriange must be beside himself with worry.
Ray line return undimmed from the depths of darkness. By thy charge event, very take it thou has succeeded thy mission, and yet thou art alone. Mistake me not, dear friend, full glad I have to say. Beware, pray tell our Master Alphina and Mistress all say. My friend, forgive us for forgive us our lanes we took to sea and ground. Promise no more the realm is safe. By the heavens look at you. Lowers you, your young eyes must have seen what's up in your young bodies must have been worn. Pray tell me, where are you hurt? Your wounds must be needed to be cleansed and dressed and want to make for you just withdraweth out. The ladies, my friend, we hail whole I assure you. Took a few tones, but the worst of our hurts are healed. I believe we have grandfather to thank for that. As for Luke, then you met with him once more, but where should the homicide all seek to ease your suffering? Promise to reveal all to you in due course, your friend, but first this matter which requires our immediate attention. Now that Bahamut see, we deem best to bear our entry to all the fragments of Dalmud. To this end, we will convince the nation's leaders that dangerous past and fight their competition, ensuring that the fragments never again disturbed. Become less apart and seek an audience with them forthwith. Sister, you need not burn yourself to the task. You earned it out of wilderness, so do you not take this opportunity to rest. Gods know you've earned it. I'm fine, but besides, you've been through as much as I have. I see now you play your game of Massey and wish me out of the way. No, I not could be further from the truth, I'll say. Not only to his mind, the earth believe that your brother hath your best interests are. You have more on your part, any desire but to relieve you of a burden you might easily bear alone. As some experience treating with dignitaries you must allow, and as you've never failed to remind me, I found this for diplomacy, I feel the only right to remind you of your aversion to it. And it's settled, your urgent plate. Pray make arrangements for a tropical carriage to ride to give us an ample time to prepare a story. Alpha nod. So our paths to do, we should say gold, do we not? But of course, dear sister, that which we have just achieved together stands as a testament to that fact. Whatever path we choose to take, our heart shall never lead us to the same end of that I am certain. Thank you. There's a place I visit. Might I ask you to accompany me? Where to? But first, I do believe in change garments in order. It won't take a moment. And same as same, of course, there's no reason that would be otherwise. But it would be correct for the fragments to magically disappear. I'm well aware that they shall remain long after you and I are gone. This world may change irrevocably, but life shall ever go on. Let's take a closer look, shall we? No doubt that Alpine will do an animal job concerning the truth of the calamity. Such truths as were revealed in those dark days will never see the light of day. I myself pray that must be so. That the people of yours shall forever remain ignorant of their save refugees. Just of it is almost too much for me to bear. How typical of you, Eli. Ever the hero, ever, even so I can't deny that I feel better for your reassurance. But I want you to know that I will never forget you are the one who freed grandfather's soul and saved yours from Bahamut's wrath. I want you to know that I already read that. And these great deeds will never be remembered in song, and their consequences will be felt for more by every soul who calls this realm home. Guess this spot will do. Yes, this spot will do. I already read that. For grandfather, nail in the dragons of Mercadia, for all those who were taken by the calamity. Long lasting struggle with Bahamut is over.
Your whole chain of command calling me.
The realm given new life through the prayers and sacrifices of countless souls may look to a brighter tomorrow.
Oh, they said they're about to report you.
The dust of our adventure is settled, I shall embark on a journey. I mean, to find my own reason to fight for yours.
You been drinking?
I do will fight with all my being.
Oh, I ain't been drinking. Just chilling. You got a bottle in your hand right now. No, that is water. You know that. Son, I was born yesterday.
You have done so much for me. One day I hope I'd be able to repay you in time.
Hey, Dad, I gotta get out of here. Fuck, I see cops behind me right now, Dad. I gotta. Son, what are you talking about? You can't leave when the police behind you. That's another charge. I got you, Dad. You know this is my last strike. Son, you're gonna make it worse by running from them. I gotta go. No, all right. Hang up your phone. I fucked up. I failed you, Dad.
No doubt that you'll continue to help those in need grow. I was trying to do so. I shall endeavor to do the same. And to all their kind, I hope one day to become more as those heroes of storm darkness you are.
I can't, Dad. I can't pull over. I can't, Dad. I gotta get out of here.
Come what may, you may rest assured that I will not be outdone, but out and out. Come what? Next, with me, I promise I will not disappoint you. In the day, fare you well, my friend, and thank you from the bottom of my heart.
person that stole almost 3,000 Switch 2s, and they claim it's Ludwig. That's right, the famous YouTuber is doing a competition where he's giving away all of these Switch 2s, and in this picture he's got, what, 6, 7 Switch 2s? Man. And people are like, oh, so this is the guy that stole all the Switch 2s, because there's no way he could have gotten that many Switch 2s. Unless, of course, he bought them from scalpers. Now, regardless of where Ludwig got all these Switch 2s, I'm pretty sure he didn't steal several pallets of Switch 2s out of the back of a truck heading to a GameStop. 3,000 of them, because there's not that many here in this picture. Man. And why would Ludwig sacrifice his career for something like that? It doesn't make any sense. The guy's a millionaire. He's gonna rob $1.4 million worth of Switch 2s to derail his career. Would he? No, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. Don't say he would in the comments. Do not say that. But what do you guys think about this situation? The situation. Do you think the internet actually found the guy, or are they just trolling Ludwig? Let me know in the comments.
Go to, what's it called? Remove the Lamont lure decks. long have I been streaming before? Doesn't tell me.
Will we recapture the magic next Saturday at night? No stops any type of.
New filter just dropped. We can rank the 1 to 5. Finally, I can't change my decision. Why don't I look like this? But can't be mean like that. I feel like the rest guy already won. I know. Just I feel like it's an easy decision. Left. I don't even remember Rukia. She can go number 5. And finally, number 2. What we got? Nami. Accept that.
Well, folks, it's about that time, and I swear Kuma has to be one of the top
I'm gonna end this. I'm gonna end the stream for now.
care if the government put that name on him to shame him. Tyrant Kuma is